that so they will understand what the agreement is. That would be very helpful. And we have been also contacted by the stables about looking at that, which we have done. I have told the stable people that we are only responsible as the Preservation Committee for the outside of the buildings and not the interior.
Well, and I believe you're only responsible for those buildings that are plaqued, well, that are actually not just plaqued, but because you can have a plaque without it being
with the historical commission.
with the historical commission. Yes.
Yes. And that's what we have been doing. We're also starting to talk about other historical buildings on the fort that they certainly would probably qualify for historical commission plaque. Probably what we'll do is develop a task force that will also has to include somebody from the board of directors on that committee or on that task force, because, and it is ultimately your responsibility as a board of directors to approve any other buildings
Yes.
that get plaqued, because it is a financial decision. Even though we will get 25% off our property taxes for plaque buildings, it's still a lot of.
Sometimes the expense, well, most of the time the expense is a lot more than that 25%.
Exactly. So I'm just saying that.
Yeah, the balance there.
And
Yeah.
that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conklin.
Recycling.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't get the grant that I applied for, so
Oh,
That's got to be the first, right?
very disappointed. No, so I'm still. Well, I've got a lot of information from San Antonio forklift companies, so I hope we can do some business to be able to get a forklift. We spent 210. It was 210 on baling wire this month, because both maintenance bales and we bail. So we split the amount of wires that came in, which was 250. So maintenance got 125 wires, and we did too. We'll be closed Thanksgiving, and we'll be open the Saturday following. So that's about all I know.
Thank you. Election committee.
we have a plethora of candidates already?
What?
We have a plethora of candidates already?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Is this even on?
I don't know.
No.
Doesn't sound like
Definitely
it.
is not. Okay. We, on November 1st, we placed candidate data sheets and instructions at the admin office. I don't have a card, so Cassie promised to put them at the gym and the golf course. So they're sitting there. Our main goal right now is to find candidates for the election. Okay, we have 2 people up for re-election or election, whatever. So we'll need for both. There are what we'd like to suggest to do is if anybody, members, board, somebody, you can nominate people you would like us to contact, and we will follow up with that if you give us contact information, people that you think would be good candidates for the board. And you can send those to any of the 5 committee members or to Tony. Okay, because he's our
Secretary at fortclark.com.
yes.
Thank you, Lisa.
Sometimes I just assume people know, you know.
No, that's okay.
There are a couple of issues I've been notified of is the inactives that, as I understand, we're trying to cure some of those. Historically, those were always people, the only thing that we would consider inactive were people we could not find. Okay, that we repeatedly sent everything to and never got a good address out of them.
I will say one thing. A lot of those people are current on their taxes and paid to get the discount. So they're not dead and gone. They're just not
Paying their
contacted
dues.
by us yet. And
Yes,
they're not paying our dues because we haven't asked them to in 20 years.
yeah, and.
I don't know if that's
I
necessarily
don't think
true.
that's
Yeah.
Yeah,
accurate. I don't
that's
think
not
that's
I don't,
necessarily
it's,
true.
there may be a few, but no, not generally. Historically, this is what. And historically, we fought to get the Secretary of State to comment on how we are to handle this type of thing. Because sending someone assessment notices, ballots, anything to do with their membership, 5, 10, 15 years in a row, without a good address, and they keep coming back, there must be something that we can do. I'm sure other
Yeah.
homeowners associations face the same
Like a
problem.
class action lawsuit to foreclose on all those properties.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So, but the tax office is always a source, because if they're paying their taxes, they have some sort of address for them. So that's part of curing it. We can't do it. It's not our responsibility. What I suggest, and I've talked to Tony about this, is the Secretary of State has not been good about responding to letters from board president or the GM.
Horrible.
However, he might respond, or his department might respond to letters from our HOA attorney instead of.
Yeah.
So it might be worth our while, since it's cost us thousands of dollars to have to to continually send things to people we don't know. I mean, they
Right.
are died. I mean,
They're not paying.
years
Yeah.
ago,
yeah.
nobody knows. The tax office doesn't know where they are, whatever. And we need to also follow up, because if the tax office has foreclosed on the property, we need to know that too. So anyway, that's one issue, and Tony promised to help that done. The
Yes.
second one is, last year we had a little trouble getting candidates. And it came kind of down to the wire. It was saved by Memo and Jason.
Well, we
Um,
were the candidate.
Yeah, and we ended up with 2 more. We don't know what would happen if we had no candidates. Do we run with a board with 3 board members till we, get candidates and run a special election? Tony has promised to also try and find out from the Secretary of State what would happen if that. It's never happened, but we came close last year.
We just make somebody do it.
We're just gonna send you after them. Knock on their door.
Really, if someone great candidate had showed up, I wouldn't be saying that. So,
And you were honest
Nobody
about
wants to
that.
get beat
Yeah.
up on.
Hey, Sandy,
I'm not sure that should have been said out loud.
Since you're the most active members, I nominate everyone here for you to ask everyone in here to run the board.
I expect your candidate data sheets by January. Thank you. So right now, that's what we're gonna push for. Candidate data sheets are due by 5 o'clock on January 2nd. So, does the board have any questions?
No.
Okay, well, you know where to find us if so, or please nominate someone. Anybody else have any?
Thank you,
Thank you,
Sandy.
Sandy.
Appreciate it.
All right. Community Council.
Go, Janet.
All right, Janet.
Go, Janet.
Good morning.
All right, well, 4 o'clock days is going great. We had our t-shirt contest, and our winner is this one here.
Nice.
Beautiful.
I like that.
That was the first place winner. The other winners will be used for marketing. The other people that entered will be used for marketing. Next year it will be a whole lot cleaner to do this. It was kind of a quick down and dirty thing. We're also looking to do a car show. I've got a flyer on the back there. And then Sunday, with the boardroom, we've got our 4 o'clock days meeting. The gun raffle, we've got 24 tickets sold. And that was at the time of the community council. However, we did the 100th roundup. Sold double plus that out there. So kudos for that. The fall festival will have a raffle I mean, the wrap will be out there and the community council will have a table. And we're selling Eclipse t-shirts for $2. Gotta get rid of them. Yeah. Anybody sews, they can make all kinds of table skirts. Anyway.
You can make a great eclipse quilt.
Yeah, right.
T-shirt quilt.
Exactly.
There you go.
So I mean, it's nice material. New Year's Eve, committee council is gonna be taking on that one. So watch for updates on that. Warren has a table out, if you haven't seen it, at the firehouse, it says free items. So he's gonna be putting items out, people you have items you wanna give away, put on that table. If they go bad, you know, or not being picked up, then he'll take them and turn them to the trash. Stephanie Calderon, unfortunately, has resigned as president of community council. But she will be fully involved with Fort Clark Days and other volunteering. So she will be missed. So we're looking for a new president. So contact HN or Dennis for that. And come to the meeting. So next time, next month.
Ms. Janet,
Yes,
question, community councils in need of volunteers to serve on community council, correct, right now?
Always, yeah.
Okay. Officers,
Right.
correct? Okay.
Right, because HN and I are, our term is up. We've both volunteered to do it again.
Okay.
But if anybody wants to step in and be secretary or vice president, and now president. Yes.
And as we're getting closer to Fort Clark Days, I've been seeing a lot of chatter on Facebook about how it used to be and how great it was. We
Oh my
welcome,
gosh,
we
yeah.
welcome
Every year,
everyone's,
every year.
we welcome all those folks to come out here and volunteer and help us, correct?
Correct, come out
Yeah.
and volunteer and help us, and that what they're chattering about is way back in the '70s, and that's when Matt Mendelson was just building this place, and it was fabulous, yeah.
But yeah, because I know there's a lot of wonderful people that are very smart, have great ideas. We want them to come forward, correct?
We need to
You
get-
want them.
We do, and we
Okay.
need to get a lot of the younger people involved.
Very good.
A little less talk, and a lot more action. What we're saying.
Exactly.
Hey, we can make a
absolutely.
song out of that.
Yeah.
Adam, can you play it right now?
Let's
Thank
pitching
you.
and come around, yeah.
Thank you, Janet. All right, email votes. We had 2 email votes. Let me find my email votes. The first one was for the Preservation Committee for the Service Club to in the amount of $5,200, which 26 will be paid up front, and I think that check's already been cut. And the balance to be paid upon completion of inspection and work. That was a unanimous vote, and the motion passed. The second email vote was also to Preservation for Dickman Hall to approve the funds in the amount of $12,680. $6,340 to be paid up front, and the balance on completion and inspection of the work, and that was also voted unanimous.
What are they doing? Constance.
I'll get with you and give you the list.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a list on me. We went through it, but
We don't know.
and the motion passed unanimous. I know there's some window repair and
Yeah,
some
there's
other-
There's some siding on the back of Tiffin Hall.
and stonework
When it was done with vinyl instead of wood, which is not, never been vinyl.
Yeah. and stonework too. I think there's some.
Stonework, yeah.
Okay. All right, so no old unfinished business. Discussion action items. The first item is discuss the possibility of creating a pool swim park committee. John, that was an item that you had a couple of people approach you.
Yeah, good morning. I've been asked to put this on the agenda, and I think it at least deserves a discussion, because there have been multiple individuals that have raised funds for the pool. It's arguably our greatest asset and greatest attraction. And I think that for streamlining everything on the for the general manager, having eyeballs on preservation and historical is great. It'd be hard for our maintenance group and for the general manager to go, oh, there's vinyl siding back here that needs to be fixed, as just an example. And then obviously the golf committee serves the same purpose. The airport serves the same purpose. The idea of all of this is to funnel ideas, concerns, and guidance for the board and for the general manager to be able to achieve the goal of maintaining and making the fort stay as close as we can to kosher. So with that said, the only item we don't have a committee on is the pool and the swim park area. Once you go through those gates, there's no management other than general manager's management and the operations side, maintenance side. So I just wanted to open the discussion, not that any action needs to happen, but because I don't think that we could take any action regardless. I think ultimately, if any action came, the steps would be an ad hoc committee to establish some documents for said pool committee. The ad hoc committee would be dissolved. The committee then would be established, and then we'd be asking for volunteers to fill the committee and, something to that effect. But the overall intent of the committee would be to look over things such as the swim park, duck in the park area, maybe even rendezvous park. But just kind of encompassing that area, saying, hey, we have trash cans that don't have bottoms in them, and the trash, if somebody does throw trash in there, it just goes out the bottom, or they don't have bags, whatever. We need water here. We need a tree trimmed here. There's erosion there. Just to bring forth those ideas, because I think a point that I'll make in the next talking about this discussion of assessments is that whoever just said it, 1970s, everything being built here. Well, Alamo Village was here too. And at that time, we had a lot more tourism. I remember growing up in that time. And it's very easy for us to forget that during that time, we had like 10 or 11, if I remember correctly, we've discussed this before, 10 or 11 full-time maintenance employees. Well, that's like 5 times what we have now for just groundskeeping. So we're not, playing the same ball game we were back then when tourism and money and stuff was flowing in the same manner. So I think that anything we can do to help prop up or make the general manager's job easier, I think that we should try to do that in the event that in the discussion that she agrees with it. But
I have a list.
yeah.
Cool. That's big.
But the overall idea is just this is our greatest asset by far, and all this other stuff is really cool and it's really neat. But at the end of the day, I think the pool, the 9th largest spring in the state of Texas, is really the magnet or the focus of what the fort encompasses. The beauty of the spring and the creek and the pool. So I think if we had a committee overseeing that, planning for what needs to be done in the future, it would behoove us to do that
Thank you.
if possible.
Great idea.
Does anybody else on the board have anything they want to add to that?
I just want to remind you that the pool is plaqued with a
Yeah.
historical plaque.
Oh, it is. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I know that's why
Okay.
I'm bringing it up. And it is also in a historical district. And when something gets like when those new lights were put in around the pool, the historical commission, the historical society and the preservation committee have to agree with what's done.
That's why we have the form in the process that was
Yeah.
created.
Well, sounds like
Yes.
we have a committee for the pool then.
Yeah, y'all have things to do. Come on.
Got you to that.
If we have eyes on, I think it's a great idea if we have eyes and people who are
Also can be
really interested in, we don't do the trash cans.
Right. Well, and there's another part to that. Like, for the most part, the airport people pitch in their time and their money
Right.
to keep the airport up because it's of their interest. And then the golf committee, they do 7, 8, 10 fundraisers a year that supplement the operations of the golf course. And people like, Russell Knoll, Chris Hale, Annabelle Travis that, raised the T-Mobile grant for $50,000. That would be kind of my vision for a committee that to an extent they offer a volunteer pathway for them to kind of figure out, hey, how can we raise money for the pool as well as not just look at it and say, Charlena, this needs to get done, but operate in the manner that every other committee does on the fort, which is they take a love and an interest in it and they figure out ways to make money, not
Make
the
better,
actual
make it better, yeah.
entity, but that they find ways to generate money off of it, whether that's through a fundraiser or whatever. And then they help with that process.
I think that's a great idea.
It's our greatest asset that we have.
Now we need the volunteers.
Yeah.
That would be the hardest part.
Yes, that is the hardest part.
Yeah.
But I will say that I did say earlier, you guys, we are bringing in a lot more people that are renting out our venues. So we rented out the commissary for a wedding this weekend. We rented out
Not my
the
daughter.
amphitheater for a wedding this weekend. So what a lot of you guys are not aware of, all the work that we're doing behind the scenes to market and the pool, I have a list that needs to be done. Yeah, this today. And so, I mean, we are really working at advertising and marketing and trying to get that income and rent out these beautiful buildings that we have. And the one thing at the pool, I wish I could get the garden club to come down there because I've got a whole idea of how to beautify those cement things that, only have a little bit of weeds in there. And
Those are Mexican petunias and they
well,
flower.
are just pretty, and
You stepped
the
on Mike
whole
Tyson's foot.
Dunkin', I have a lot of great ideas that I would love if we had a committee to work on, but
In the regular.
I mean, just imagine these, and we rented out the arbor. When was the last time that was rented out? And it isn't even as pretty as it can be. So,
And the garden club needs projects.
And let's go back to the pool. Thank you, Charlene.
sorry,
Keep-
I got excited.
So, I think Elizabeth was
I did.
sort of raising her hand there.
I want to salute you for thinking about the committee. And I would like to encourage the board and all of the members to not just consider the swim part, but the entire creek. Because there is such a possibility, if any of you attended what Charlena and Matt did on Tuesday, there is a huge opportunity for ecotourism here. And that creek could be just as viable, and we need it to be because of things that could happen to it if we don't. So I would like to urge you to think of an ecotourism committee possibly that would embrace the swim park and all the way down to the creek. We could be the home for native grasses, who knows? So, I just I salute you for doing that, and I think it absolutely is our biggest asset along with the history. Nobody has both.
Yeah.
Nobody has both.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Well, does anybody else want to add anything? No? Well, I think like you said, need to either create an ad hoc committee, need to discuss more of a scope as to exactly how it would be structured. But it sounds like everybody's pretty on board.
Well, how would you, other than our discussion here today, how would you encourage participation in that? Send a dispatch out saying we are seeking volunteers?
First, I think we need to, like you said, either we or an ad hoc committee provide the structure and the scope before we ask for just general volunteers, so that they know what they're volunteering for.
Yeah.
We probably won't tell them everything.
Set those parameters to include what you just mentioned.
Maybe a question for Sandy is how well did the process go? And correct me if I'm wrong, you were involved in this, I believe, the process go for the general,
Common property.
the common property alteration form.
I was
Actually,
too.
So time.
I thought it was done well. We figured a lot of things out. It was made up of members who were able to input their ideas and opinions, and we came up with a product that personally I thought was really well done.
Yeah, we
Yep.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've always wondered, we've considered this in the past, but we have a board sanctioned committee for the RV park, the pool is only a natural. And I'm not sure, maybe because we never had problems with water in the spring before, no one thought about having a committee for the pool, not just the pool, but the pool area.
Yeah. the whole
The
area.
whole thing
Yeah.
down there, not just the swim park in general and the creek, at least where it flows in or out of that area there. Um, so I think it's a kind of a natural step since we're kind of going that direction with more activities. I think it's a good idea.
And that's really the way to get something done. Blasting a bunch of complaints on Facebook that just goes down the feed and goes in the trash. Like,
Amen.
get yourself into doing
Amen.
something, join the committee and make a difference.
Yeah, the problem with the Facebook issue is that those aren't people that volunteer for anything. So, you know, they don't.
You owe me, get it done.
Yeah, it's just those things, that's why I don't go into the site, because it's just, you know. No, I think it's an excellent idea. I think our pool needs a little more attention, especially when drought is a true risk right now, where it hasn't been in the past. So, yeah, it's a good idea. And I like the ad hoc committee thing because you're able to sit together and throw ideas around and get some ideas done. And then you can appoint a committee and they can finalize it, or the board can finalize it, or it can finalize. Well, the board has to finalize it then. I mean, the end product can come from the ad hoc committee, or it can be turned over to the board sanction committee, whatever. But yeah, I think it's a good idea. It worked well for common property.
I agree. I think
Thank you.
some of
Yeah.
Lisa's concerns have been that committees in general, you know, we have a lot of committees and we don't always communicate well with all of them. So then we've been talking about getting with Charlena and doing something like every, you know, biannually or something to where we have a meeting with all committees like we did. Where we all sat down with the airport and we all had a conversation. I think that needs to happen either quarterly or biannually to where we just kind of all touch each other, you know, like touch each other's points of where, you know, hey, this is where we're at, this is where we're at, and then just discuss some things. And so it's not this big spans of time between communication.
Well, and I think, oh,
So
sorry.
in the past, for all the board sanctioned committees, there was a board member who was a liaison.
Yep.
That is in constant contact with that particular committee.
Yeah, that didn't
They,
happen.
and they, you know, and this, when it stopped, we developed a lot of problems with
Yeah.
committees because we didn't have any, you know, network going there.
Well, and I think some of that institutional knowledge has not only been lost up here, it's been lost within the committees as to their founding documents, you know,
Absolutely.
how members are appointed, how many you're supposed to have and all that, that is lined out in not all the committees, but I know at least some of them. So, yeah.
It can help because having a liaison, they didn't have any voting, you know, authority or anything. They went to the meetings when they could. They went to the meetings, answered questions, brought everything back to the board and membership in general, and that's missing now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I would encourage thinking of something along those lines for these committees to increase the flow of information.
Yeah.
I'd like to give a quick shout out to Russell Knoll. He's about as close as we have to someone who's been in charge of the pool area. The man, I know for a fact, when it rains real hard, he sits out there for hours to see how the water flows and how he can, he's already figured out how to divert most of it from the pool. So that is someone maybe I would consider nominating to be a part of that, at least the ad hoc. But he's a one-man band down there, and we're very fortunate to have him there helping us out.
Well, I guess that's something we will move forward on.
Mhm.
Thank you, everyone. And then the next item is overview of FCSA fixed expenses. John wanted to do this because I know that between all the budget talks and everything else and concerns over making sure we're spending the funds, you know, appropriately, I think it'll help to kind of clarify and instead of getting down into the weeds or the confusion, to kind of give a good solid overview, if I'm not
Yeah.
misspeaking.
Yeah, no, thank you, Lisa.
Is there copies
I already made copies.
for them out there?
Yeah, does everybody have a copy on the back? Okay. I know this is a touchy subject, but I just want to give some perspective. Looking at budgets, and y'all saw me, I have a deal that's like half the size of one of these tables. Okay, I don't like that kind of stuff, and I
Old
don't want
school.
to sit on a computer. And so summarizing things helps me understand it. But I think more importantly, before getting on the board, out sitting in the crowd, maybe like some of you, I just thought there had to be this like giant gap. There had to be this giant waste of money, and that that there was some toilet hiding in the admin office that we were all flushing money down, right? And the reality is that's not true. And Jason put together a good presentation, totals for 11 years last meeting, and so I'll do that in tandem with this. The point of this is to show that there's not. First of all, let me preface this by saying that we are not broke, and we're not going to go broke, but we do face some challenges. We face some struggles, and the association has a good padding right now, but that padding should absolutely not make us lazy. What we should be doing is trying to generate more income. If we could stay in COVID times, as far as income is related, it would greatly help us over the course of 10 years of proper management of that money or application of it, because we have to spend it. There's just too much deferred maintenance within the fort, which I would argue that more than likely in the last 15 years or so, that most of the hickeys that the fort takes is because of deferred maintenance, a trash truck going down, or a backhoe going down, or what we've run into is needing new lawnmowers, transmissions. Like, these are all things that are we can't really necessarily budget for, but they're all around us. And it's much like your own household. So I just want to draw some tandems here. Everybody can read this, but one comment that really comes out that you see online a lot, people, members discuss with us, is what do our assessments get us? Well, on the first line, you'll see that assessments are roughly 1.5 million. If you go to fixed costs and you just pick two, almost any two, you arrive at 1.5 million. You can take payroll, after payroll, you take payroll at roughly 1.3, and you can take taxes, payroll and taxes. We're done. Your assessments are gone. Okay. Payroll and utilities, they're gone. Payroll and maintenance, you're gone. We still have to pay all the other items in this list in order to make money. So at the end of the day, the other things that we do to make money are what keep your assessments low. And historically speaking, that is represented very, very well in Jason's diagram here of the last 10 years. So I'll draw some tandems. The amount of money that we take in assessments every year since 2012 has not changed at all. Since 2012, just the cost of goods alone has gone up about 22%. Okay. Now you might be saying, well, my dues have gone up. Well, yeah, but there's less people paying. Not like delinquencies, but there's less members. In 2010, gas was $2.84. In today's money, that would be $3.77. Nobody's paying $3.77 right now for gas, but that's what it would be today. So your money doesn't go nearly as far today as it would 10 years ago, yet we're collecting the exact same amount of money. And that's represented in his first part of his presentation. All of these numbers average to about a dead even amount. Okay. So we can all acknowledge that that the cost of goods has some would say in certain applications it's gone up over 20% just in the last couple of years for certain items. But over the broad spectrum of 11 years, it's gone up roughly 20%, but yet we collect no more money. On the right side of the fixed costs, we have our utilities have gone up. Our taxes have gone up. Our insurance has gone up. Our legal obligations have gone up. Maintenance has stayed relatively the same, and bad debt, marketing, all those things stay relatively the same. But and payroll has gone up. But all 4 or 5 of these things in the top of this list have all gone up in price, but we don't collect any more money in assessments. The RV park, find it here, motel has, other than the COVID years, has always almost been an average amount. So motel this year at 232, that's on par with what we've done for the last 11 years, with the exception of 22 and 21 during COVID. The RV park has gone up quite a bit in 23 and 24. It's considerably higher. It's always averaged about $200,000. So we do make a little bit more money there. The golf course is up a little bit this year. On average, it makes about 120. It made 137 this year. So, kind of a moot point when you're talking about, $2.5 million. Facilities rental has always, for the most part, been an average of about 23,000 a year. Real estate, that fluctuates based on various things, but there was a big push in 22, 23 to sell, so we were at like 135,000. But on average, we're probably sitting at about 40,000 a year. And then for the annual totals for total income, we average about 2.3 million for total income for the fort. That's over the course of 11 years. Okay. So if you take that times and you deduct 20% of that money today, we're running a $400,000 to $450,000 deficit, right? So I think it's really important that we put these things in perspective, because it's not fair. It wasn't fair when I sat out there, and it's not fair sitting here when we think that there's this black hole that money gets thrown into. Is there savings? Absolutely. That's why we have filed a lawsuit against the tax office. I firmly believe that, based off of the law, that 132 could essentially be dropped down to $10,000. It is very possible. I think at the minimum it should be cut in half. But I think, with my understanding of the law and speaking with multiple lawyers on this, that it could get dropped. Insurance, we have no control over. Everybody in here pays insurance on your on your car and on your home. We've all seen an increase, and you can't tell your insurance company to go to hell. Good luck. It's not going to happen. You're going to pay. And we don't really have any leverage here either. Just because our account is larger, it doesn't mean we have any leverage. The legal side we're working on. But that legal number, it's important to note that includes our real estate lawyers. It includes the audit. It includes, what else does it include? I can't remember. Collections. It's a lot of stuff brought into one. The $130,000 on there. Admin at $51,000 to run this entire building and everything that happens in here, between paperwork and all the other stuff. It's probably pretty fair. Now, maintenance and operations always sits at between $200,000 and $250,000. Now, our budget this year, I believe, is $95,000. What you have to understand about these numbers is there's a maintenance and an operations section. The maintenance side is what can rightfully come out of like our reserve funds and restricted fund, and that's things like broken backhoe, new AC system needs to be installed. Whatever, right? There's a plethora of things that comes out of that you can't plan for, and that money is set aside by law to apply to. It would be very nice if that number was about 10 times what it is as far as what gets put in there in the perfect world, and then that surplus was used on capital improvement projects, which I think is what most people would interpret as the main application of that money. But there's not enough of it there to do the millions of dollars of deferred maintenance that exist. Operations at $94,000. I mean, I would consider that to be completely reasonable. Marketing at $9,100. So, and bad debt at $33,000. So, which is is a pretty good average. I just wanted to have a discussion with everybody, because I don't like these big spreadsheets and Excel and all that stuff. It's just not my cup of tea, but this is my cup of tea. It's easy for me to look at. It's visual. It's easy to vacuum up in the brain and say, that makes sense. But there's not a lot of adjustment here. We can make some improvements, and we are making them. We already have made some. And so, you know, I just wanted everybody to be able to see this. The last thing I'll touch on is we've all discussed this somewhat. And let me touch on something else. In the last 11 years, 85% of those years have been a negative net income. Okay. So and that's just as far back as 11 years. I don't know how far you could
That's
go
as
back.
far as the QuickBooks version 1 that I have access to.
Okay. So 85% of those have been a negative net income. This problem is not going to fix itself. There is millions of dollars of deferred maintenance here. If we just went and made the NCO club up to par and made it beautiful, it's a $250,000 project. Rebuilding the kitchen, resanding the floors, fixing the windows, fixing the exterior, making sure it's level because it's unlevel in some spots, fixing everything in there. It's a $250,000 project. Dickman Hall, probably close to $1 million if you redid the kitchen and you made it back into a restaurant. There is the roads. It's probably a $4 or $5 million project to do all these roads in here. It is a lot of money that we need to get this place back up to the good old days. And the reason that I think it's important to talk about that is because, you know, I can only speak for us, but the more that I've learned and changed being able to sit up here with these good people and to review these documents and try to understand the history and the local knowledge and the historical knowledge of everything that's gone on here is that I think most of the people that have been here have been really good stewards of this money and have done their level best to make sure that it goes as far as it can. Has there been waste? I'm sure there has. Has it been intentional? Probably not. And so the rhetoric of we're just wasting money, or you know, the board's throwing money away, or the general manager of the fort, it's not true. And more than likely, it hadn't ever been true to any major impact to the association. And the last thing I want to touch on is that trash pickup. Okay, it may sound like I've mentioned this in the past. It may sound like I'm hyper focused on this. It's not. It's just an example of what you get for your membership. So we pay if you have a house here and all that other good stuff, right? Residential, historical, and membership. You pay $102.50. I currently in Bandera pay for one trash can. It's $50 a month. Okay. Del Rio for 195 gallon or 90 gallon is $35. And in the city of Uvalde, 2 cans is $60, which is $30 a can. So you have a spectrum from $30 to $50 for one 90 gallon can. Here you can put out as much trash you can in your trash cans for the most part, and it gets picked up. If you just take the lowest number, you're paying $72.50 for a membership to 2,700 acres of, you know, I don't even know how many historical buildings, a swimming pool, all these things that may not be perfect, a golf course, hiking trails, but you still have access to them. And I would argue that if this was a country club setting, you'd probably be paying more like $1,000 a month because that's what it would take to get everything in here working, you know, instantaneously, where you could budget and create projects over the next 5 years that would get this place up and running to where every blade of grass in it was green. And it would take about $12 million a year for probably 4 or 5 years to get everything in here working, you know? So I just want us to all be aware of that. And I'm willing to take any questions. But most importantly, I wanted everybody to kind of see, where does my assessment go? What does it pay for? It doesn't pay for a whole lot. And without the motel, the golf course, the hunting, events and rentals, the real estate, and the landfill, without these other contributing factors, your dues would be, you know, like $50 more a month just to make up that lost in. So,
Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, how long period was this chart made for? 1 year, 10 years,
He
40?
said 11.
this had made for 11. This is the actuals from 2023, 24.
That's what this chart is.
Yes.
Okay. thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not verbatim because a lot of the little bitty stuff that is itemized in QuickBooks that's like adds up to $15,000-$20,000 over here. That's a income, and $15,000-$20,000 over here. I'm not going to put it all. It's too hard to make a one pager.
And I was just wondering.
So the numbers aren't all going to add just absolutely perfect. It's just a generalization that I figured was within about 2% accurate.
Ballpark figure.
Yeah.
John, would Fort Clark Springs be any better off? Because we know that the golf course doesn't make as much money, or Dickman Hall. Would we be any better off shutting it all down in the long run? I'm playing devil's advocate here,
Well, I mean,
to save money.
that I don't know that I'm qualified to answer that question, and I think everybody would have and is entitled to an opinion on that subject. My gut reaction is no, but I think that's because I hold on to the hope that there is a brighter tomorrow, that there is a way for us to figure out this formula, especially with somebody as strong as Charlene is sitting in the seat she's sitting in, to make incremental gains to making this place what it used to be. And I think that if you don't believe in that, you probably shouldn't sit on this board. I mean, because that is the core of who we are.
And I would like to put out there, so and I know we'll take the golf course. It's been a concern for a lot of people, right? But I don't feel that in the past enough love was not in that particular. I'm talking about everywhere, right? So David has put a lot of love into that place right now. We're renting out a venue on there that's never been done before now because we're showing football out there and offering food now. Now I know they used to do that prior to me quite a while ago, but there's more people now coming out. We're gonna offer UFC fights out there. We're gonna show golf out
Wait,
there.
actual UFC fights,
Well,
like
yeah, we
Tony
can.
and I can get in the ring?
I can invite Mike
I'm
Tyson.
seeing a lot more people come out there, just there. But like I said, the amphitheater, the pool. We had we had a draw for the 4th of July, but that was a freaking great turnout. We did good even though we didn't have the pool and couldn't see fireworks. We made money on that. But it's gonna take some time. It can't happen. I've only been here, what, 7 months, I think?
Has it been a long or short 7
March,
months?
yeah, May, June, July, September, October, November, 7 months. But look at the things that we've done in 7 months. So I truly feel that if we keep working at it and fixing up these buildings slow and bringing in the events, it's going to be better. I truly believe that, or I would not be here.
Well, and I think maybe to tie in Memo's question to that is that I think maybe in a big way, we're going to have to forget the fort as we know it in a way that it's not ever going to be as beautiful and green and perfect and all in what we all imagined it was in, circa 2000. But with, I think everybody reflects on their lives. I mean, all change was met with understanding at some point. And I think that just the hypothetical, this, I'll probably be blasted for this, but I truly am just pulling this out, is that what if Dickman Hall was turned into a apartment complex? Is that really the end of the world? I'm not saying, it is, because Jason likes to drink that. But I'm saying that the point is that we may have to change how we think about some of these buildings in order to make them exist within the fort, because otherwise there may not be enough income to make them work. And Dickman Hall's probably a really bad example of that. I'm just saying.
You're in trouble now.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
going
in
to be
trouble.
all over
Let the
Facebook.
flogging begin. But you could take the commissary or
Yes.
Seminole Hall or something like that. Is there another way to look at things that would maybe make them exist in all their glory that they used to, and they truly get to be used and appreciated?
Well, and I want a disclaimer. None of us have discussed turning
Yeah.
Dickman Hall into an apartment complex.
Yes.
Ever.
I
Ever.
want to make sure there's some drama.
But by
I
the
would
end,
like to see proms held there again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to prom there.
Great.
I would like to
Yeah.
see us have dances there like there used
Well,
to be. And if we could get that put together, that top, and then that's on my list, that bottom and that top. Can you imagine the fun we could have, Constance?
Yeah, I think one of the, when we're talking about having more participation here in terms of committees, I think one thing, if Charlene wants it, that we should be doing is putting together a marketing committee for her. Because there are a lot of people here that have some experience with that. And I'm sure some of us, every GM who has to come in here, they have to start from scratch because they don't know
Yep.
what's been done in the past. And it's a horrible situation to put somebody in. But there are many marketing opportunities out there that we should be taking advantage of. But one person can't do that,
I agree.
nor can she even do it with a couple staff members.
Yeah.
She needs a lot more help with that.
I want to go back to the golf course just a little bit. And like he said, everybody has an opinion. So here's mine. This place is, we aren't one thing. We aren't the pool. We aren't the golf course. We aren't the airport. We aren't just an HOA. It all together makes us bigger than we are, if that makes sense. And like when my parents moved here, they came and stayed in the RV park. My dad had a small plane. They were retired and just doing volunteer at national parks and stuff, for different seasons. But when he saw that, oh, there's a golf course. Well, I've never golfed, but I'm going to golf now. He had a plane so he could put it out there. And everybody's story is different. Did my dad buy golf clubs? Yes. Did he ever play? No. But it's all part of the draw. The same with the spring and the pool. Does everybody swim there? No. But it's all part of the bigger thing that draws people here to live, to visit, and to stay. And I think we can get the golf course to a more break-even point. But I don't think we could take any one of our bigger things and say it's just not worth the, where we're at. And that, like I said, is just my opinion on that. So
For the future, this is something to think about. Is that, this is my feeling, is San Antonio is coming our way, folks. It's just about taking over Castroville, dominating completely.
It has taken over.
It has actually.
You get mad when you drive through Castro.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're running out of hill country, folks.
Yeah.
They're coming our way, and sooner or later, we may not like actually some of the things that happen when they finally get out here to us, but there's going to be a financial benefit for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
for sure.
so it's just, I don't know, if we can hang on long enough. Then we'll run out
Well,
of
not
hill
if they
country
drink
and finally
creek.
get out here to us.
You know,
Well, and I think it's easy. It's easy to look at all the problems because we live here. So we see everything that is either broken or run down, or we lived here long enough to see something go away that we used to have. And this is just fresh off of, this is how I'm going to sneak in saying that my daughter just got married this last weekend. But we had a ton of people here from out of town, and it gives you a fresh perspective. When I tell them that I pay $102, and they're like, and that's it. All the trails, the pool, we're used to seeing everything that needs to be fixed. Because I drive down all the time and go, but just to an outsider, not that we don't need to keep, building ourselves up, but this is an amazing place for $100 a month. It's amazing what we can do. The deer that go through your yard, the creek, and the creek is a different issue, but
I would say
I love this place.
It's worth $100.
Yeah.
Like, even at whatever, no matter what your complaint is about trees didn't get trimmed, pool's not done, or whatever, it's still worth $100 at this moment. Like, to me, it is. I wouldn't go live in the Bill.
Yeah. And I don't say that to
say I would pay $100 to live in the ghetto before I go live to
and I
Thanks, Jason.
and I
We're doing so well.
except for the ghetto.
And I would say, I don't say that to say we need to rest on our laurels or that it's good enough. I'm just saying we need to to try to maintain the positivity as a community that we live in an amazing place, and let's just keep making it better.
And that's the key word, positivity.
Yes, she'll get you. Yes, ma'am.
What Miss Charlene was
Charlene.
more or less talking about, using all these buildings for events and things like that. I was looking at it slightly from a different point of view, like from families. What do we have for families besides the pool? I mean, just leave that out. There's no activities for the young people in here. There's no volleyball court, there's no basketball court, maybe softball that kids could do, something for the young people.
Do we have young people in here? I don't
Um,
see a couple at times. Minorities.
There's young people there that play instruments.
I
We
think
could have a little concert and people would come in.
Just said concert, amphitheater.
Oh, yeah.
I've been wanting to get together with somebody to have the drama club come out, do plays out there, maybe do concerts out there. So I need people to help us get those seats.
Oh, no.
Committee, or just volunteers help us get those seats in the way they need to, and a cover for the sun. And that is on my list for the young ones to have.
Should be
some-
included in the pool committee.
Okay.
It's within the fence.
Yes, it is. It is. But yes, you are right. I've been looking at that too as well.
Area.
That's why when we had the 4th of July, why do you think it had pony rides? Why do you think it had the train rides? Which I was the conductor for that. I mean, we did tons of things for the kids because,
Kids showed up, yeah.
yes.
How many kids showed up?
Oh, there was a ton.
Yeah.
I was exhausted. I didn't have a break all day because I was like riding that train around all day long. But we had face painting. We did tons of stuff because I have a grandbaby. I had kids. So I love kids. So we want to make sure that we're open for all ages. So yes.
And I don't want to put like a too much. It's also all of our, like as a homeowner, I don't sit around and think, how are you going to entertain me? I think we need to provide everything and be a bit. We have all the spaces, and if somebody, has, I know we've had the Arts Council and stuff has done stuff for kids every summer. So it takes a whole community. It can't all be driven from the association itself. Well, and we can't afford to and don't have the
I would
resources.
personally like to see more marketing done to Uvalde and Del Rio. Who's going to buy a place here and come on the weekend? If I lived in Del Rio, I certainly would want to come out here if I could afford to my weekend place. If there was a concert, bar, the restaurant was going, maybe there'd be more people from the neighboring cities that would come and invest in us and come and spend their time and money in here.
But those in Del Rio have a concert and a bar.
Yeah, but it's over there in the city. This is way better than Del Rio.
We have quite a few people here with weekend homes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they live in cities.
We just need to brainstorm.
Yeah.
And we need to brainstorm and we need to be positive and we need to be happy. And I think everybody in this room, I get along extremely well with. Some are new faces that I haven't seen, but I think everybody knows I'm very approachable. And I am willing to volunteer whatever, Janet. I mean,
Today.
no. I mean, I just think we just need to brainstorm. And Constance sends me stuff all the time. We got some trail that's coming through hikers that are coming through, which I reached out to them. So I am reaching out to all the stuff that you guys send me because I do want to make this a one-stop place because I think it's worth it.
We've had people visit the museum. I've had people visit the museum and from Del Rio, mind you, that didn't even, they thought Fort Clark, they thought it was a big park. They had no idea.
Yeah.
Well, that's a step up.
We're even aware of this place,
Yeah,
That's
I
a step
think
up.
that's
A
an
lot of
improvement.
people thought it was a prison because
Yeah.
of the fence out front. So
Nice prison. I've been stuck here since COVID, but gonna break the chain pretty soon.
I think the good
All right,
folks in
well-
Del Rio are not really paying attention because if you've lived in Del Rio for a little while, you should be a little cognizant of the area. You know where the Kickapoo's at,
Yeah.
Well, we have people from outside of the area who know a lot more about the fort than Del Rio or Uvalde.
Yeah.
And one of the
That's
things that
true.
happens is there are cyclists who routinely, everyone I commend is from Europe. And they come and they stay at our campers world or in a motel. And then they go on. They're going across from San Diego across the United States.
Or even New York.
That's,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Who would do that?
It's a 1,500-mile.
Crazy people.
Didn't have nothing else to do.
This is not the most scenic bike ride, I'm telling you.
Well, that's
They
being
do come.
expanded to also, there's
Okay.
gonna be a new, I think I sent it to you,
Mhm.
a new trail across Texas.
Yeah.
Have your Pacific Trail from California, Oregon, up through Washington, and there's the Appalachian Trail that y'all probably, we're now going to be doing one through Texas. It comes right through on 90 in front of us. And that's what we're gonna get on top of.
Well, no offense to Texas, but I'd rather do the Appalachian or the walk across Texas. But no, I know what you're saying. All right, we need to move on because we do have a time limit. So the next item is annual audits update. That's just going to take 2 seconds. I just want to let everybody know that the 2022-23 audit should be to us by before the end of December. That's what the auditor's telling me. They have all the information they need. They just have to finish out all of their stuff, and then they've already started. We've signed for the current audit, which is 23-24, which will be ready and to us by the annual meeting. So, and that will finally put us after being 3 years behind, right on track. So, yay. And then the last item is discussion on a date change of the December board meeting. The December board meeting is set for the 21st of December, which is Christmas. Yeah, so I would like for us to
14.
move it to the 14th of December. I know it is.
The
I know
14th
it
of
is.
December?
Yes.
That's the only day I can do it.
That's the only day you can do it anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Community council need to be flexible with us this coming month.
I'm sorry?
Community council need to be flexible with us this coming month.
Well,
In the spirit of cooperation.
there, he said,
And this time we
he says pretty please, friend.
yeah.
Oh, it's in our bylaws?
Or they can do it.
Could they do maybe in the afternoon or something? At least this time.
We need to meet before y'all. Otherwise we can't bring members' concerns to you.
We could miss a month, right?
We on the 7th.
At least this time I'm
Concerns?
yeah.
You're talking about putting the meeting on what?
The 14th.
The 14th, yeah.
Our meeting.
Well, at least Francis, I'm not blindsiding you this time.
You need a motion?
Yeah, we'll move ours to the 7th.
Thank you, Francis. I appreciate that. So do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we change it to the 14th.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, awesome. Thank you all. Okay, we're at announcements and Memo says he has one.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank Charlene and the staff and community council for the Ghostly Tours. Speaking of events for young people. It was the
And
first time,
Community Check Council.
I said community council.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that part.
It was quite the event. Some of the volunteers were HN and Ms. Francis Bitters. And Charlene was an outstanding nurse Ratchet at the haunted house. It was the first time that I've done it. I was a narrator, and it was a lot of time and work done on this thing. And I think it was successful for the most part. I wish we would have had more participants. People from Del Rio traveled to our place to partake in the haunted house and what we had to offer. But I'm very grateful to all the volunteers, everyone and the workers and Charlene for putting it on, organizing it. It was a big event done by a few people, and I'm very, very appreciative.
Thank you.
Thanks, Memo.
And I appreciate all the help from the community council as well. We had weekly or bi-weekly meetings. We kept in contact all the time. I think it was a great success. So thank you, ladies. And we're building on it for
Yeah.
next year already.
Okay, is there anything else coming up before the next meeting you want to announce as far as events, or are we finally out of events for?
We are out of events. I'm taking a break. No, the only thing we're gonna do is, we just, our staff, our office is gonna do Thanksgiving and Christmas, and then we're gonna have Santa, which is gonna be warm. We'll do that at the NCO club and just decorate. I mean, otherwise, the fall festival is the last one that the girls are doing today.
Does any of the other clubs or whatever have anything coming up before the next meeting you'd like to announce?
Just point of information, the county or the city is having a free Thanksgiving dinner at the Civic Center on Thanksgiving. Everybody's invited, free, no, it's free. So that may curtail some of what you be planning here.
Yeah, I don't think anything is being planned. Yeah, yeah. I saw another hand.
Kinney County Arts Council is having a Christmas tour of homes.
Oh, yay.
December, same weekend as the Frontier Christmas.
When is that? The first weekend?
14th or the
No,
14th.
the Frontier Christmas is the weekend of the 14th.
Okay.
The tour of homes will be the 15th here on the
Okay.
board, and it's gonna be mostly the historic homes. County Road,
Awesome.
the historic museum over in town. And the stagecoach, the stagecoach.
Yeah.
The old stagecoach.
Oh, okay. In
Around El Paso.
oh, cool.
And
Right,
the
awesome.
Palisado building will be the reception room where you can go and have refreshments before and before, preferably after, whatever.
Now, the
No
historic.
alcohol.
Does anybody know the Historical Society usually does their silent auction and all that? Does anybody know the date of that?
I don't know if they're gonna have that again this year. I haven't heard
okay.
anything.
I
Have
haven't
you
heard
heard anything? Yeah, so I don't know.
I don't have my calendar, but yes, we are.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Okay, good.
November.
All right, awesome.
You can buy them here at the admin building.
Yeah.
And I think tickets will be available at the individual homes, but preferably you would buy them here at the admin.
Shirley, can we get a dispatch also for, because 4 o'clock days is coming up and it's gonna be upon us very fast.
Mhm.
A call out for more volunteers. We need volunteers for 4 o'clock days. Or donations.
It's the 13th.
Or
The 13th?
donations.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Or
fresh.
donations.
All right. Okay. 13th. Thank you, ma'am. All right. That is it. And we will adjourn to executive session at 10:47. Thank you all.
We're gonna go to
Meeting you want to announce as far as events or?
Nobody.
going to be sent out.
a sticker on your car. I don't know if that issue will ever be put to bed completely.
Email votes. We have, it draws people here to
And from Del Rio,
As you can see, anyone still in the stream, we'll be starting again in about 1 minute.
One second. Yes, I do believe so.
All right.
All right. So starting again? Reconvene the executive session at 2:22. Discussion was had with the city to look at building a partnership in various areas. Discussion was also had on a bid for motel work. A bid needs to be sent back to be reworked. And that is it. We are adjourned at 2:23.
I'm good.
Also, my reconvene to executive 3.